Let's confirm that we're live. Looks like we are. I'll just confirm real quick. Awesome. Hi everyone. If you're watching today, I just want to continue with what I was doing yesterday. She was implementing the pick macro. I was on the verge of completion yesterday, and after the stream, I actually still worked quite a bit, writing tests and doing a bunch of other stuff, just making things cleaner and better. And I will continue with that today. And in case you're joining for the first time, I'm working for the past almost 2 years. I've been working on this database library or framework called SurrealORM. I'm still thinking of a final name for it. And basically, it's a database library written in Rust completely, safe Rust. And for Rust, at least for now, and it supports the SurrealDB database engine. In case if you don't know what that is, it is a graph database and it's relatively new. So I'm writing this database library for that. And in the future, I plan to also support other relational and non-relational databases like Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, MongoDB, Cassandra, SailorDB, and what have you. But currently we're supporting SurrealDB, and what it does essentially is to give you support for an ORM like capability and query builder capability, and also it does a lot of stuff. There are a bunch of new ideas that I've introduced in this project, and it also allows you to write something that I call query servable. So basically you can write something that looks like normal programming language like Rust, but it's actually checked at compile time. It looks like you're writing Rust, but it's not exactly. But it allows you to write your lets with your normal statement and expressions with standalone expression. Also, you can have your if else statement, for loop with even nested for loop and nested if else statement, and you can do a bunch of stuff. It allows you to traverse the graph at to any depth, and we also support automatic schema migrations, and I think this is the first Rust database tooling that supports that fully. And with that, it automatically generates and syncs your database schema. And yeah, it's in addition to that, it supports embedded migration and type compile time checked queries. So you can write a raw query like this, and you can even have interpolated variables, and it checks all those things statically. So if you mistype this statement, it's gonna check that at compile time, or if you miss one of these variables, it's also gonna check it. So that's what I'm working on, and I'm excited to share that with you guys. And in this stream, I'm working on a macro called pick. It's a new macro. I have it open here. So the general idea of what I'm trying to do is, when you've got a struct like this, especially when you're working with database stuff, there are many times you just need a couple of fields from the original field, and you want to also be able to keep the referential integrity, in the sense that if you're picking the name and coordinate fields, if I change the original struct, let's say I change the string to not integer, let's say u32, right? The second, or the reference C, that is the struct referencing the original struct, should have the up-to-date information. Another thing is, if I change the name of this field, the reference struct should pick that up. And even if I use an attribute, if you use something called like rename, the reference struct should still pick up on that. That is what I'm implementing, and I already see the value of this even besides direct usage. And one of the places where I can see this being critical and in improving ergonomics, which this library focuses and heavily on, is when you're using a macro that I'm looking to call select infar. And before I forget, I should share this link in the chat. Let's do that. So this basically is going to provide a lot of value in the sense that it's going to not only check your query at compile time where I'm going to, it's also going to automatically infer the return type of your query when you, for example, write a select statement. And without further ado, I'll just get right into the implementation, continuing with it. So basically this is what we have right now. Maybe I zoom in. Let's close this, zoom in a little bit. I close others. So I wrote a bunch of tests yesterday for the pick macro, and this is part of the implementation. So the general idea is that you can write something like this and say pick. I think I might even have that syntax somewhere. Let's see, pick. Yeah, something like that. So if you go the original struct, this is the new struct name. Let's call this picked struct. Probably can be named better. Then this is the original struct, and you say the fields you want to pick on. That's the general idea, and it's going to generate a new struct for you. In this case, this is going to be something like struct pick person. That's the general idea, and I wrote a bunch of tests, and I think all the tests should pass as a stance. Let's rerun them. Let's rerun all the tests. Yep, everything passes. We've got about 23 tests, which means we're able to do this, which is nice. One other stuff I did support after the stream is there is this idea of trait for every. So the way we make this possible is the original type is going to implement some kind of trait, which I'm going to implement, or I have implemented automatically for you. Previously I was automatically doing this, then it would prompt you to import that, but I thought, on a second thought, I felt like it would be better to give even more control to the dev. So when you're writing that, you're going to say what exactly the trait is, and the nice thing about this is that it's more flexible and more robust. So let's say you import the traits, like let's call that person pickable, but what if you alias that as person new trait, right? In that case, it's not gonna pick that up, and it's gonna throw an error, and that is unnecessary. But with this new stuff, it's more robust and guides against this kind of situation. So you can just pretty much say something like person new trait. And the other nice thing is that you can even specify the full path and say, let's say this is create and this is in person module. This would also work, or it can be person pickable. So basically that's what I've been up to, and I've got a bunch of tests which all pass right now. What I just want to do, let's see if I've got some unpushed code. Looks like it. I can probably remove that. Okay, it looks like I've got a new test. Derive pickable. Oh, I see. So to make this possible, the general idea is that on the original struct you're gonna have to specify Let's see if I've got an example here. There should be somewhere. Okay, I need to clean this all up, but the general idea is you're probably gonna have some kind of derived traits, maybe, and let's remove the others. We can call this pickable somewhat, and once you've done this will prepare the original struct to be consumed by the reference struct, and with this pickable you can then do something like this, and basically say this is the name of the new struct, and then the original struct, and the name of the trait that supports that person pickable, and you're gonna say I want to pick these fields, so you can say age also, and this is going to generate this new type. So in this stream I have I think we're already at a very good spot with this usage spot, and I just want to test the implementation spot of this. And another stuff I would like to do in this stream is to make because right now for SurrealORM, which is called now, we have three different main sort of phenomena. We've got nodes, so this would be a node. Then we've also got edge, and we've also got an object. So what I would like to do in this stream in addition to this pickable is more generic, like you can use it in any project, not even just in this project. What I would love to do in this stream is to make sure every node, edge, and object supports this pickable trait by default, but there is something I'm contemplating on making this an opt-in. So let's say you have an attribute that says currently you can use SurrealORM, which is subject to change, and let's say we call this pickable, and let's say this is node. So if you specify this, and it's going to generate the code for this struct to be pickable, but if you don't put that, it's not going to generate it. The upside to that is that you're not going to generate a code you may never use, right? So it might reduce your compilation time. I think the compiler itself should be able to optimize that away if you're not using it anyways, but it could potentially reduce your compile time. That's the upside. The downside is that having to do that might be a bit cumbersome, especially if you find yourself using it a lot. And there might be a possibility to use a feature flag whereby you can, if you turn that on in your cargo, it could turn it on for everything. You can say you want this feature or not. So to start with, I might support it by default, and yeah, that's basically what I'm getting at. So first and foremost, I will try to make this test pass for pickables. So I've done it for picks already. Here we've got about 23 tests, and I want to do the same thing for pickables. We've got like 23 tests here, and maybe I don't know, close to 100 assertions. We might be able to count assert. So we've got 99 assertions. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So the way this works currently is you've got these pickable traits, and you derive that, and once you derive that, it does all the generation, and I just want to confirm that it's doing the right generation. So in this case, we will be expecting the pickable trait and the pickable name. Okay, so in this case the pickable name should be struct name pickable, and I think since we're writing tests, we might as well just write that out and say pickable person. Then we expect all these types, and we expect it to implement all the generics. In this case, since this is a test, it probably makes sense to just hard code everything right away. Yeah. Pickable name would be for, or maybe for person. There are no generics, so I might be able to remove the generic. And one other thing is it would be the traits, right? And in this case, I believe I'm using pickable person. Pickable person for this. Yeah, and I'm actually thinking perhaps this is not a good idea, even if that's what I'm doing currently. So once this is what we expect, and we want to make sure that that aligns with the original token. So but so this is the token. Yeah, that's derived tokens you pass. Yep, that's the inputs basically. Tokens input, then this is the expected. Right, let's run this first. Yep, because yeah, so yeah, we don't have this, which I think shouldn't actually be, so I need to fix that implementation, because we actually don't need that. So what I'm gonna do is go to the table derive. We shouldn't have this because this is not a, it's a specific trait for that specific class, and this will be this. That should fix it. Yep. Person pickable. Okay, I'm saying pickable person. So DFE 10. Okay. Person pickable. Oh, I see. That's actually kind of good because if you miss any spacing, I think that should throw an error. Let's see. That seems to be passing now. I'm just gonna add a couple more tests to include generics and lifetime and type generics and maybe const generics in the struct, and also include trade bound, lifetime bound, just to have a bit more complex scenario. Test cable. That's how. Okay. Test. Let's see. Awesome. Rascal, hey man, how you doing? Hey, what's good, Rascal? How's it going? How you doing today? Where are you chatting from? How did you find the channel? Do you work with Rust? What got you interested in Rust? I'm just curious. Thanks for checking in. What is up? Do you work with Rust? I hope I hope you can hear me. Let me check my. Oh, awesome! Because it would have been crazy if I was on mute. What is up? So I'm just working on getting this project done. I'm on the last ish feature. I'm just trying to get that through. Test derive with single lifetime single lifetime and type. Yeah, I'm listening. My English is kind of bad. Sorry, man. I'm a raw student. No worries. It's totally fine. We're all learning. So where are you chatting from? When did you start learning Rust? Like I think I'm studying for like 1 week. It's kind of amazing, but sometimes it's like a nightmare with the Rust compiler. I'm from Brazil, right? Oh, well, how do you say I in Brazil? Viva Brasilia! Yeah, I understand the compiler thing, but with practice, you get good. You can get very good at it. Just make sure that you never stop learning and you never quit. With time, you just get used to it. You Once you see the compiler as your friend that is trying to, you know, that loves you and is trying to tell you to do the right thing, even though it's painful, it's not convenient. You start to actually love the compiler. I actually I think that's a very good analogy. So you might have two friends, right? One tells you what you always want to hear. You can think of that like things like dynamically type Pythons, languages like Python, Ruby, PHP, and the likes, or even C, even though C is still like strongly typed. Um, in terms of memory, C doesn't tell you when you're doing something wrong. So you can see the other friend as that friend that tells you what you want to hear. And you can see the other friend, which is Rust in this case, as that friend that tells you the inconvenient truth, but that helps you with growth and development. Right. Once you see it as that way, then you just take it as something that is helping you write the correct and proper code, and it just becomes awesome. in Yeah, I know, but sometimes the borrow checker seems like it's in Brazil we say hola to something like yeah. Hola. Yeah, I feel you on the borrow checker, but once you, I think what you should do if you're struggling a lot with the borrow checker is to really understand the memory model, understand references, borrowing, how memory moves. Like, is what is stored, is something stored on the stack or is it stored on the heap, right? So if you store, for example, if you store like five can be stored on the stack, right? So if you assign five, let's say x equals 5, right? Let x equals 5. If I say let y equals x, right? Once you understand this memory model of stack and heap, reference and borrow, it will actually take most of the pains away, because this value can be stored on the stack, right? You don't need to do any heap allocation, because 5, we can tell what 5 is, we can tell the size of 5 at compile time, right? And 5, for example, can be an unsigned integer 8, right? So what are some valid types for 5 at compile time that we can derive? Because 5 can fit into 8 bits, signed or unsigned. 5 can be this or their variations. So it can be from U8. Okay, it's already doing it for me. No, maybe not all those. Okay, I'll just take that. 5 can be 1 to 128. So this also to 128, right? It can be one of these. Unsigned integer 128 and signed integer, I guess this would be to 64, because you're also considering the negatives, right? So we can tell that this can be one of these at compile time, which means we can infer the type at compile time. And because of that, we should be able to store it in the stack. We don't have to store it in the heap, right? We're not doing any dynamic memory allocation. So when you assign this to a new variable, right, what it actually does is a stack by stack assignment. So in this case, it copies automatically, right? You can think of this saying copy. And the reason it does copy and not move is because it can tell the size of this at compile time. And with this, you still, even if you do let z equals x, it will still be valid, because y did not move x, it only copied it because x is stored on the stack, which is cheap, and because we can tell that at the compile time, right? But you can also reference this. So in this case, this is a copy. If you change x, let's say you mutate this and you change x into 10, right? At this point, y will still be 5, right? But if we would have done something like this and make x a reference, in that case, y will also be 10, right? So you can think of it as a, I'm just giving a high level idea. This is, let's say x is originally stored somewhere here in this address. Let's say this address is called Toronto, right? When you assign y, if you're not referencing, right, if it's just assignment, this could be, let's say this could be Rio de Janeiro. Let's call this Rio, right? They belong to separate address. So if you do something to x, it's not going to affect y. But if you would do this instead, you do something like this instead, right? Y will also now be stored, instead of being stored in a new place, let's say Rio, it means it's also stored in Toronto. And these are all stored in stack. But when you're dealing with maybe dynamically typed something, let's say string, if it's string is basically just a vector. Vector is like a list in Python or an array in JavaScript. String is actually just a vector. The only difference between string and a pure vector is that string only takes UTF encoded characters, like valid ASCII. ASCII characters. That's the only reason. So it means that at compile time, we cannot tell what the size of this will be, right? Because what if you push or remove from this, or pop, or do whatever? You can modify the size, right? So in this kind of case, when you're dealing with this, what it does is it stores only the information about the string. You're welcome. I'm glad to do the explanation. It stores, so here it cannot tell the type, right, or the size at compile time. So what it would do is that, okay, for this string, let's call this string my name, right? My name can, maybe it's fixed size, but let's say what can it be? Some code. Let's just say it's some code, right? Originally we cannot tell the size, so what it's gonna do instead is that it's gonna store only information. Remember, string is a vector. It's gonna store only information about the size, if I'm not mistaken, the capacity, and the pointer to heap. So it's gonna store pointer. In this case, the heap, so let's say the pointer will point to heap, and the heap is just a place where in the computer where you can dynamically add or remove from the data. And the reason why you don't want to store some data in the heap is because it's more expensive to store, modify the data in the heap, right? So here in this string, the best we can do is we can store the size. Let's say the original size we store, the original size is gonna be 1 byte, and the capacity we have currently for this is, let's say, 8 bytes, right? Then we store the address. So this actually stores the address. In this case, let's say the address is Alberta. But now this address are in the, let's say it's stored in the country called heap, right? And in one of the places or the states or cities in the heap is called Alberta, right? Let's change this. So in this kind of case, you cannot tell what the size would be at compile time, because the size can change at runtime. When you're running your program, you can add or remove to the string or vector, and even we can extend the capacity. So you can say that when we're about to fill the capacity, let's say we've exhausted like the 8 byte we assign you, but actually Rust does the dynamic assignment or extension of the capacity a bit more smartly. So maybe when you consume half of the size, it can expand that, right? So this is more expensive. When you're dealing with this, it's a bit different. When you've got y and you say y equals to, let's use my name, which is Oyoloa, and you say something like this is not actually a dynamically sized string. So to make it dynamically, that's statically styled. That's a different thing that we can get into. That is stored in the executable. It's not even, it's different. So when you have something like this, it's possible we say y push this. Let's say we put my surname, I'll do Oyedaya, right? Then now y, if we come here, y is gonna be Oyolowo Oyedaya, right? But we cannot store that in the stack because the stack only allows us to store fixed size data. So what this is gonna do is it's gonna store that in this address in the heap. There's this stuff called vtable that's relevant for dynamic dispatch, but we don't have to go into that. But what that is gonna do is, originally in Alberta, we are gonna be storing, let's say, originally Oyolowo, right? But later on we can store Oyedayo. And don't forget, this is just a vector. It's a contiguous memory space in the computer, so you have a bunch of bits, right? Zeros. So this is, let's say, 8 bits, right? So for example, O might be able to fit into this 8 bit. It's an ASCII character, it can fit into 8 bit, right? Then what we just have is we have bunch of bits like this. So we have another contiguous 8 bits in the computer, and they are contiguous. So this might store O. When you convert O to ASCII character, let's say for example that it's going to give you 102, you convert that 102 to binary, right? It might give you something like whatever it is in 8 bit, fill that part up. Y does the same thing. So when you're filling up the 8 bytes, 8 bytes is going to be 64 bits, but so let's say 1 byte, right? Once you're almost done filling the 1 byte off, which is 8 bits, which will be done here already, you've already filled the 1 byte, it's going to allocate a new memory section. So here you can store the first letter O, and the next place you can store the next letter Y, right? So because of these attributes, if you would do something like, let's say x equals to y, right, it's actually not going to copy. Instead, it's going to move it. And how does the move work? When you say y equals to, it stores the size, the capacity, and pointer. Pointer is just the address, right? And pointer itself points to where things are stored, right? So let's say the address, it stores at the address, right? It's houses, my name, Oyelo, right? So let's say it stores the address, and let's say the address is Rio. At address Rio, it stores my name, right? When you do this, in order to guarantee that the ownership model, that only one thing can have exclusive access to a memory by default, right? If that object is not copy, by copy I mean it's not entirely stored in the stack. Some part of it, like the data itself, is stored in the heap. That means it's not copy, right? If it's in that case, if you assign to another variable, right, let's say you do let y equals to this, right, it's actually gonna move it. So what it's gonna do is, now we have x, right? What this does essentially is it moves this information, right, this whole thing, it moves it to the next place, right? So this data has now been moved here, and this ceases to be invalid, right? This has moved the data into x, but now y is not valid anymore. If you want y to be valid, you can do two things. You can do clone. When you do clone, you're saying that you want to copy all the data, including this. So this is what clone does. So now you have two distinct copy of the same data, the pointer and everything, right? But now when you do clone, this will now have its own different address. Let's say this will now point to Toronto. Now they point to a separate address. It means that if we make any change in y, let's say we do y.push my surname, it's not going to affect this because the data are stored in different addresses because you've cloned it. But if you would reference it instead, right, you do reference, this will not be different address, it will also be, oh sorry, what am I doing? Let's delete this. So if you use reference instead, it won't be Toronto, it will be Rio also. They are pointing to the same address. So if you make any change in this data, it's also going to reflect here in that case. But it should also not be possible for you to mutate y and x at the same time within the same scope, because that would be invalid. That could lead to data race. Think about a situation where we have a counter in a room. I don't know if this would be a good example, but this is what is just coming. I'm thinking of this as I go. Think of an example where we have a counter in a room that we're incrementing, right? And before we need to update the counter based on the previous one. And let's say you and your sibling, let's say your sister or brother, you are both updating the counter in the room. You go into the room, you check, you increment it by 1. That means if the counter is currently 0, you take it to 1. If it's 1, you take it to 2. 2, you take it to 3, right? So now think about this scenario whereby two of you come and you try to update the counter at the same time without having the knowledge of the other person having updated it. I don't know if this will be the best example. I'll try to look for a better, less contrived example. The general idea is that it's possible that your sister has already incremented the counter without you knowing. So let's say you have to take it from the counter is actually in you have to take the old counter and increment it, but by the time you've taken the old counter, you want to increment it from 2 to 3. You didn't realize that your sister had already taken it and incremented it to 3 already and put it back. But now you're dealing with a stale data. You're now incrementing an old state. Your sister has already modified it in that time that you're also trying to modify it. But you are trying to increment it based on the fact that it's still 2, so you're incrementing it to 3, not knowing that your sister has already incremented it to 3. This is like a race condition, right? So now you're expecting it to be 4, but you're now seeing 3. And this is why you want exclusive access to write to a data. And this is what is called mutual exclusion in Rust. It's not even just a Rust concept. This is a general programming complex concept, mutex, mutual exclusion, semaphore, and even when you're dealing with transaction in database, right? So you want that when your sister is going to increment the counter, she locks it. So when you try to come, you see that, oh, someone is changing this data currently. When you know that someone is changing this data currently, then you're going to wait and say, okay, oh, this person is changing this data currently, so I can't mutate it. The benefit of this is that you know that you cannot change this data because currently someone is changing this data. So someone has to have exclusive access to the data. And this helps to prevent race condition, and you can encode this in the type system. The downside to this is that it might have a performance overhead, but you have to measure. The performance overhead is that you're checking. Checking is an operation. It costs you to check. It costs time and space, energy to check, and you're also waiting. The second side is, what if your sister forgets to return the data or the counter back, and this is what leads to something called deadlock. Your sister forgets to release the lock, but you keep on waiting, and deadlock can lead to your program then hanging. You can detect deadlock with some algorithms, and I think parking lock supports deadlock detection. So while Rust actually prevents race condition with its type system, that is what they mean by Rust preventing race condition. When you need to check and when you want to modify that data, you see that your sister is changing that data, you leave it. This prevents race condition because you cannot update stale data. But it doesn't prevent deadlock. So deadlock is when your sister forgets to put back the counter there, and you're just waiting. Now the program freezes because you're not continuing to drive on the process because you're waiting on data to continue with your process. So Rust prevents the race condition, but it doesn't prevent deadlock. But you can detect deadlock and using some heuristics, and then you can determine how you want to undo that deadlock detection, right? There's no generic one size way of handling what happens after someone forgets to release the lock. Why did the person forget to release the lock in the first place? This has a lot of specific peculiar edge cases that you yourself would have to, on detection of the headlock, determine how you want to do. Do you want to have a graceful shutdown of your system, or do you want to react in a different way? And this is the core idea of Rust, borrow checking, um, interior mutability. I've not talked about smart pointers, atomic reference counting, and all the likes. So, for example, if you and your sister are only checking the counter and you're not trying to change it, you don't need to lock the data. You can still have multiple accesses from different threads to the same data. But it's only when you want to change the data that you then modify it. So when you need to modify, share the data across multiple threads, that trait that allows you to do that in Rust is called sync. So you can synchronize, right? And send means that you can send between threads. Especially when you're doing, what's this called? I've forgotten this. I think Rayon does this also. Basically, you can send between threads and you can also share between threads. And this is a lot of things in Rust. Once you really grasp this idea, like for example, when I'm writing my code, I can think about what the compiler is doing, like how my stuff are being. If you also understand assembly can also help you to visualize in your head, have a mental visualization. When I'm writing my code, I'm thinking, oh, I've moved the memory here, so this is not valid. Okay, I'm dereferencing into this memory, then I'm trying to change the original data, or I'm trying to dereference and reference the original data, not the reference to the reference, then assign this. Like, it becomes really, really interesting because you're not just, sometimes when you're mentally tired, you might just be doing trial and error. But largely, once you understand it, especially when you're not feeling mentally tired, you really know what you're doing. You're not guessing. And for me, this is really critical. And this is not just about Rust. This is programming language. When you're writing your Python, it can help you to also understand that, okay, Python uses reference counting. C++ uses like deep copy of the entire stack by stack, heap by heap copy. So you start to understand why, if you change your array or object, in, let's say you assign it to another and you change the original one, it affects the other one. So I digress kind of a little bit. I table derive attribute pickable with lifetime attribute. You're welcome is the least I can do. Let me ask you about Rust market jobs. Basically, Rust don't have entry level jobs. I want to do some basic art project like DB and bootloader in a simple way. This can help me get a mid-level job. I mean, it depends on your location. And if you're in, for example, if you're in North America, C Sharp and Ruby are very popular. If you're in Europe, Java is popular. Then the industry, Rust is very popular in blockchain, for example, blockchain finance, because of just the capabilities. But I would say, if your goal is to get job, Rust isn't probably what I would recommend. It depends on your level of experience, how soon you're looking for a job, and all that. If your goal is to maximize your chances of getting a job and opportunities, and not just for learning and building your own project and building the future of Rust, or even the presence of Rust, I will still recommend you to. I'm about to move to Portugal in like a year. So if you're moving to Portugal, then I think just sticking to things like TypeScript, Java, C Sharp, PHP, Ruby, Python, I'll still advise those. to be honest. Or even it depends on, of course, if you're doing embedded system and low level hardware programming, C and C++ will still be recommended, right? You still want to use the popular languages, and it doesn't have to be either or. You can learn both. But if you're starting out very, very fresh, brand new, I'll recommend that you first at least try to understand the core idea of programming, right? At the high level, then you can go lower, understanding how memories and pointers work, the heap, that would be really good. But learning the high level language for the job and Rust for the motivation would be a good strategy in my opinion. And of course, we've got other stuff also. We've got types. Golang. Golang is also fairly popular now, but sticking to the popular ones would be the my recommendation. Test derive. We can try with lifetime bounds. Let's do the rename up, but actually before that, um, something like this. Something like that. Let's also bind that by this, or maybe even by B. Let's go crazy. Let's do this. And let's do this by B. You're welcome. Feel free to ask me any questions. If you've got more questions, I'm happy to answer them. Let's try that. How's Brazil? Brazil is one of those places I would like to visit. Brasilia. Emmanuel. So the rename is working, which is cool. But I figured that I should actually be using the serialized and not the serialized. So let's see. Rename this serialized. Brazil is good to visit, but some places like very expensive and also dangerous. Oh, yes. I guess if I'm gonna visit a place like Brazil, I will probably. It would be nice to see the big cities, but maybe visit the smaller cities also. And having a local would probably be very helpful. I would imagine, just to stay safe. Or what do you think? Like by her, it's where I live, but you can't take a photo with the peace sign, It's like a gang. Oh, really? So the gangs are gonna attack me if I take a photo with the peace sign. So I have to remember not to do the peace sign while I'm in Brazil. But do they attack you during the day? I didn't realize the documentation actually supported it. That's rename, 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 rename. So we're gonna rename. So it's like a gun signal here. Yes, it's cause you are making a hand signal with two fingers up. That means the gun too. Yeah, it's called two, and also have the trigger. Wow. So they are very huge. Are they as huge as they used to have in El Salvador? I can imagine that there will be like international gang and stuff. Gangnam style. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And also, okay, actually, gang. Like if you're a foreigner, I think. Not sure about it, but I think that you can be like 50% safer than me if I do this. But it's okay, man. Not trying to make you afraid of Brazil. Just advice, like you give me some tips. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll be careful out there. So, should you be friendly with them or you should just stay away from them totally? I'll be leaving. I need to sleep. I didn't sleep this night. Good coding for you, man. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. It was nice having you, and I hope to have you back. Check out the project, and it's on GitHub. The link you can find the link in the description, and I hope this will be helpful for you, at least in the future. And let me know if you have any question. Stay safe. Thanks. I appreciate you. Thanks. I appreciate the well wishing. I hope you do well too. I hope you do awesomely well. Thank you so much. I'll share the link in case you're interested in the project. Oh, that's actually my profile instead. Let me share the link itself in case you want to check it out or use it in the future. You're welcome. You're welcome, brother. I will share the link. Yeah, that's the link to the project. You're welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support and checking in. And for the tips on Brazil, hopefully we'll meet someday, maybe in Brazil or in Portugal, wherever it is. Hope you have a wonderful night, and I wish you all the best in your project and uh, endeavors. Let me know if you have any questions or if you need some tips or stuff. I'll be happy to help. And also, I'm happy to share my ideas, not just on Rust. I have experience with like at least 8 other languages, which I've worked with extensively. But stay safe, man. I appreciate you. Thank you. Shout out to Raskav. I should make some kind of alarm sound that says shout out to people. But we're gonna have a proper setup soon. So yeah, I'm working on this project now, and I'm just trying to confirm a couple of things from Saturday. I'm trying to confirm a couple of things. Thank you, man. I appreciate. Namaste. Um, how do you say that in Portuguese? Um, thank you. Obrigado. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, we'll see you again in the next video. Bring up more questions that you have. I'll be very happy to answer them. And let me know. I hope you stay safe, man, and sleep well. You need it. I myself I need to sleep a little bit more. I should take my own advice. Well, thank you. Uh, so the bunch of attribute actually specify a custom type for this realization. Okay, I could support a bunch more, but the most important one that I'm going to support now, like this deserialize and serialize, it's important to take them into consideration when doing this. So let's put this here. For example, if we've got, let's say, this on this field, and of course we should include serialize. Let's say we've got this serialize also. And then we come here and we do rename lesson. I'll call this renamed field. Shouldn't actually rename that, it should discard that. I think I could have all the tests here. So let's say age is renamed to serialize, it's renamed to let's call it deserialized rename serialized rename age. Here we go. Pause. And do something like, and some place we've just got name. Sample name. Yep. This test is going to review a lot. Let's go. This will also help me fix some bugs. Let's check that out. Missing fields. Oh, yep. That's the first one. age and missing age. Interesting. So this is where I think we shouldn't even be using this at all. Does it support that? Yeah, it does. That's not the list. All right. So that gives us first name Kamel, and simple name. That's fine. Then the surname. Awesome. But this fails the serialization. I bet that is because we aren't making that option now. But let's see. Let's see. As I search this out, yeah, I'll see if I can support it. I should support it. Yep. So renaming. Okay, that shouldn't even be specified in the first place. But rather than ignoring it, we can actually just make that. Can we do option ignore? Missing field serialize. That should be optional also. But oh, I see why that's. If we go to there, it's an option. So why does that complain? Well, that the option is provided, but not with a required field. Yeah, that's what we actually want. If you would have to provide that, then serialize should be part of the option. For the rename. Yep, I think that's really what we want. Yep. Yep. Because it wouldn't be wise. I think if we wouldn't allow just the serialize be specified, I think we should allow both. Let's default into something else. Yep. And this makes sense actually. So if that is not specified, we first use the original one, and okay, we default to this. Using the rename attribute. It's not that we're defaulting to that. We just take whatever is serialized here, or we default to field ident original. That means the field is not determined. That's or field ident original. Okay, alright. As we can map that also with defaults. Structure location. Oh, this is for the struct level, not the field. Let's check. So for the field, we've got this and this. For container, we've got rename. We've got the same thing for container also. So works similarly, and we can have rename. We can have rename. Serialize, deserialize, and in this case it's possible that we don't get either even when we provide the rename attribute. We might not have the two. Is it possible? There has to be one, but anyway, there could be one or the other, but when you provide the rename attributes, we don't want to always require We don't want to always require that you provide serialize. So what should happen if you don't provide serialize? I think it should just be empty, right? It should be as though you didn't provide the attribute at all. So we should just omit. I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm back. Yeah, so we should make that optional also. And case instruct level case. And I think this should be. But I use it a lot everywhere. I think I use this quite a bit. Um, Let's just show me just one location. I'm pretty sure it's this way the times. Yeah, but how does it make sense to try an error in that case? Let's see how we're using it. so I actually don't support the rename attribute. Interesting. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. I probably should support that. Um, yep, 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 yep. But the rename attribute doesn't 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 make much sense to me for um, container. It doesn't. So I'll just stick to rename all. I should probably call this rename all. That's fine. Because I think I'm using it for that also. Possibly. But anyway. So if struct level casing cage from D, and it's saying this is optional, but actually that's optional. Then we're saying select is also optional. Can we do, okay, I know what to do. So we can, go back. This is what I'm gonna do. We'll take case, we map that in as we say case dot serialize, and now that we have that, we can pretty much, so that gives us an option also. What am I doing? What am I mistyping? Then we go further. This time around, no. Oh, okay, okay. I get it. We are getting an option again. Yeah, so this time we are getting an option results. So I'm thinking what we can do is flatten, and once we flatten that, it should give us that. It's behind the shared reference, of course that's a string, because serious as which does not implement copy, fair enough. But yeah, we're trying to reference that, no method floating on option. Oh yeah, so maybe we can move that down here instead. Oh, that's gonna be option now. Yep. I don't wanna clone that, but maybe that's what we have to do. I'm just we could have taken another route, and maybe we can or should. going. Why do I have this repeated? It makes no sense. Oh, this is rename, not renamable. Nice. So it's not throwing error for that scenario anymore, which is good. It's just omitting it. So in the case of this realize, this should stay at sum, and let's confirm that. Yeah, it actually stays at sum as sum. So all we're gonna do is take that out of the way. I was sleeping. Pressing, yeah. sense of writing tests. It allows you to think about implementing better. Yep. I think. Yep. That's actually a pretty useful test. What else? Probably that covers most of the. for 9. Empty code, what's up? Seems to be compiling really good, but I'm a noob, I can't really tell. Yeah, it is actually. I'm just running my test, and as you can see, we've got quite a bit of tests. I think at this point we should have more than 3,000 tests. So I'm running mostly the unit and integration tests. I've still got like doc tests also. So altogether, we should have over 3,000 tests. I think this is one of the most tested um, project in Rust, at least that I've seen. It's probably more tested than even the database engine, because of course you're dealing with people's data, and you don't want to corrupt their data, right? You want to make sure that when people say get, it's actually getting and not deleting or changing something or creating something. And that's why I take testing seriously. I'm very big on testing. Um, and I've always been an advocate because it also helps you understand your program or what you're doing even better and gives you more clarity. So you're just like without writing tests, you're just walking in the dark. Right. And I feel like the people that tend to say testing are not important are probably not working on anything interesting. Um, because there's no way you're working on something critical. Like if you feel like testing is not necessarily important, you're definitely not working on something critical. Absolutely not. And people say, of course, I've bought a Lambo with my PHP and WordPress. Yeah, of course, you don't even have to code to make money, right? Like, I don't know why people try to conflate and when you bring the such points or people talk about, oh, but I'm making money. Making money is definitely important, but you don't have to code to make money. There are tons of businesses. But if you're working on something critical, imagine you're using your Uber app, you order a ride, and you think the ride is coming, but you've actually, when you booked your ride, they booked for someone else. You wouldn't want anything like that to happen. That means that is important. Like imagine a rocket, imagine a plane, imagine even most of the critical apps you use. And that's why I find it funny when people say, "Oh, Google has a lot of employees and Twitter cut down." Like Twitter is not a critical app. If Twitter goes bankrupt today and becomes non-operational, I mean, some people are gonna miss the fun, but it's not gonna affect anyone's life at all in any meaningful way. But imagine if something like Google Docs or Google Drive, even YouTube goes down today. Those are critical, not necessarily mission critical, but they are critical services, and you want to make sure that the core important components are working as they should. You know, so you can evaluate the importance and criticality of your service depending on the usage coverage and also mm, the functionality. And usage coverage is not always a thing. If your Instagram homepage breaks down, it's probably not a big deal, even though Instagram have billions of users. What happened? So even though Instagram might have like a lot of users, if Instagram goes down for a whole day, a lot of people are gonna miss the fun. Of course, it's gonna affect creators' business, right? But it's not really going to cause a dent. But if like AWS goes down, it's probably gonna bring 60% of the internet down with it. So testing is very important unless you're not working on anything important. Not necessarily interesting. So and there's nothing wrong with that. If I'm working on a very simple basic project, I just want to push out very quickly, especially the MVP. And it's not like the core business logic infrastructure, especially not something that would lose people money or really cause people a lot of pain. Then, well, testing is not even that big of a burden to me. Even as a noob, I can tell that a real program needs tests. Exactly. Like testing is really really important. I don't know why people even try to make the argument for two arguments that I've never really understood, and I've been a newbie myself. Um, I'm, I'm more experienced now. The argument is using the type language and also testing. I never understand the excuse. Testing is not difficult. At least to do the majority of the types of testing that you want to do, it's not even that crazy. And testing is actually beneficial. Of course, if you're still experimenting and you're not really sure about the API, maybe writing robust tests is not necessarily a good idea. But even then, testing can be quite useful. You don't have to write detailed testing. You can just write very simple testing that just shows the what you expect, and that can guide your experience in what you're building. Like even I've adopted that today. Earlier today during the stream, I was working on something. I believe this was this, and I remember that I hadn't actually handled field serialization conversion, like taking into consideration serialize, deserialize, and rename attributes. I just wrote a test and I just followed it through and I fixed it. And I'm very confident that that part should work very well, right? So that actually helped me because I wasn't just coding in the dark and maybe I'll do some manual testing. No, I just wrote the test and I did more like a TDD. I went to check, oh, okay, run the test again. Now it's doing what I expect it to do. It wasn't doing it at first. Now it's doing it. And now I did like a refactoring that actually started in January. I just merged that last week. Of course, it was because I was preoccupied with some other projects. And I came back, I did like very huge refactoring. And I merged up, I'm working solo, I merged a project. If I hadn't written extensive tests, like it would just be crazy to do such refactoring, even though I'm working with Rust. It's like I would have to stress to make a lot of changes. So write test if you can, but if you're still experimenting, you don't have to invest a lot of time. If you're not really clear about what the API should be and it's not very critical, like it's not gonna if you push it out, no one is gonna lose money. No, it's not gonna keep anyone waiting, right? So you also have to evaluate that. How's it going? What have you been up to? I can't wait to merge this. I have a couple of ideas, but maybe I'll forge ahead with those tomorrow. Okay, bunch of failures. Oh yeah, I see. What is that? Book? What book is that? What book are you studying? these are the last features I'm working on. Quite excited to have them out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Yeah. This one looks good to me. In about 350 to 400 pages, it almost covers the core concept. Oh, that's cool. What book is that? Awesome. Yeah, I think I have most of the text done. I'll try to use this, then I'll probably try to implement this for a node, edge, and objects. You can then do pick the I just merge this first and so true. Microsoft also has a great documentation, but as a beginner, I really can't tell which parts are more important. So I think it's better to stick to a book for now. Yeah, I think you should use whatever you feel or think is giving you the best result in terms of the speed at which you're grasping the concept, and also that you feel comfortable with, and that explains the concept for you in a way that you find it interesting. Um, the person teaching, whether it's a book or it's a video tutorial or something like that, it's really important. It can make a difference between you thinking, oh, you're just a complete dumbass who doesn't understand what you're doing, and wow, this is actually really interesting. Oh, I'm a genius. So you really should strive to find a resource that works best for you. And this is something that might take just exploring different options before you figure that out. And learning to read documentation can also be a game changer. Read other people's code, read documentation. It really helps you level up your game. And yeah, just keep learning, keep growing, keep studying. Before you know it, you have a lot of things together, and like you're just like, oh, I've come this far, and you don't even realize it. The important thing is one of the most important things is that you don't quit, you don't give up. So there. Yep. Yeah. So I guess that's C sharp, right? Mm, mm, struct takes ATU. Yep. So the reason we are doing that is we are not taking some and another, and those are from right. So just keep on blasting. Mm. Source text argument bar material supply. Okay, just inline that. Send the link. Let me check it out. Oh, for lifetime, of course. Lifetime should always be automated. But in this case, though, since we're not using the lifetime, I think we should. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's because of the way we're. Remember, if we inline that, let's reload. let's reload that. Now let's redo inline that. It's now using a fully qualified path. Awesome. Because we're getting the full path from here. So the nice thing about this is we can skip the generics since we're not using those. We can skip them. Yeah, but we can skip the generics if we want. So actually I'll do the two. Read tab generate read use. So here actually should be the other way around. Yep. Let's put that refresh. Let's go. Let's do like new person. Let's try to autocomplete that field struct. Nice. So we can do as a string, right? Perfecto. Doesn't implement debug. Oh, that's something else I could support, like maybe do something like this. I could support something like, you could have the traits on it, so you could do something like this and do debug. I don't yet support that, but I can. I probably should. But anyway, since we don't support that yet, I'm just gonna name page. Yeah, since we are using the type annotation, then we have to specify it here, and we're not inheriting those, then we would have to do this. Probably encourage using the first way. If you're not using something, just keep it all together. No, I didn't see the link. Did you send any link? I didn't see. I'm not sure if I Moderation activity, pop-out chat. I've never tried that actually. Okay. I didn't see the link you sent. Are you on Discord? If you're in Discord, if you could share that, that would be great. Let me see where I can check my community moderation. I need to let me see if no, I didn't get the link. If you're on Discord, you can share the link on Discord. But for some reason, it's not allowing sharing link. Shelly Yan. Oh, cool. What's the name of the book? Oh, awesome. Yeah, let me see on Discord. Awesome. Corner page. Sent it. I'll check it now. Learning techniques, patterns, and tools for building high-performance, robust, and scalable web APIs, instant delivery, top-rated web services product. Looks good. Oh, it's not free. GraphQL, SignalR, gRPC, ASP.NET. Okay. I'll go through the 1 second. Chapter 1, Fundamentals of Web APIs, getting started. Okay. API, REST API, RPC. GraphQL, real-time APIs, getting started with ASP, technical requirement, blah blah blah, dependency injection, MVC patterns, login technical middleware, ORMs, cloud controllers, one-to-many, one-to-one, many-to-many, DB context pooling, Oracle SQL query, bulk operations, concurrency. That's in the framework. Okay. OAuth and OpenID Connect. Unit testing. It's interesting. Looks like a good book. It touches integration testing also. gRPC touches the most popular, most common data network data exchange you're gonna encounter. RPC, gRPC, REST API, GraphQL. Those are pretty much. We have SOAP also. ORM, for working with your database, which is basically similar to what I'm building. GraphQL, Signal R, managing users and group, sending message. Okay. It looks like a good book actually. It touches error handling also. CI/CD. I think it looks like a. Of course, I have not seen the content, but from the table of content, it does look really good. The only concern I have is um, sustenance of your interest, because when you're starting out, especially, I really do believe that the most important thing is that you don't give up in most things, but especially in programming. The most important thing is that you don't give up. And what are the things that would help you not give up easily or quickly or fast? Finding purpose or fulfillment in what you're learning. And if you feel like this book is doing that for you, it's sustaining your interest, you're getting clarity out of it, then that's good. But the second side of the coin is, see, this is like a double-edged sword. It touches up on quite a bit. I wouldn't say a lot. I think it touches on most of the important and fundamental stuff you would need in building any kind of networking, user-facing application, mostly dealing with API development. Of course, when you're building like web application, especially, it touches on all the core ideas, right? But consuming all those information at the same time, if you don't find it overwhelming, then go for it. But if it's overwhelming, I think start with .NET, just start a simple project and see how far you can take it. Just see how far you can take that. Right. So find a good starting point and just pursue that. Oh, it looks like a quite a decent book to me. think I'll merge this PR already. Yeah, I'll just merge this and this. Yeah, but it looks like a, from the table of contents, it looks like a decent book. But practice. No matter the amount of stuff you read, without practicing, once you feel like you've been able to maybe go through the book, you get some idea. Don't try to read another book. Just start a tiny project and see how far you can take that. How's how you get to the next level. Okay, I think this code is actually not used anymore. My goal is to learn the core concept, at least in theory. Then I can start doing projects and get my hands dirty. That's the only way you learn at the end of the day. Yeah, that's a good idea. I wouldn't say that's the only way to learn. You can work the other way. Start with some smaller project and start filling the gaps in your knowledge. There are many ways you can learn. But if you feel like that's, I think your strategy is good if you can follow through. As long as you follow through, you don't give up. I think it's a good strategy because it will also help you to develop like core ideas and knowledge very well. I think I'm just gonna merge this code here. I still have some ideas. I wanna, like, right now I support Speakable as a standalone stuff that you could even use in any project, but I want to integrate that with edges, nodes, and objects, so that in your project when you're working with this database library, you can pretty much just use Peak with any of those models, like the nodes. Node is considered model in the context of this project. Edges are considered models, and object also. So they kind of have like different semantics and physiology. Like edges are, well, edges in a graph. If you have like origin and destination, that's the edge. It's like the connection between two nodes or 2 points. Then objects don't have any kind of relationship relevance. They do to some extent, but they are just embedded objects, nested objects. You know, they don't have any references to any kind of stuff. You have a field, you want to put, let's say, like a configuration. It doesn't probably make much sense to put a configuration in another table. I mean, it depends on the context, but for the most part, it probably doesn't make a lot of sense except you're dealing with referential stuff. You want to relate some of the fields to other tables. You can just embed that in a field, and that is what an object is. because right now I really don't have any idea, so I can start a backend project, or I can't start a backend project. I need to learn some theories and some examples first. Absolutely, if you feel like the book will give you answer, I mean, the theoretical knowledge you would need, go for it. I think it's a good idea. The book is pretty good based on the content, based on what I've seen. Let's run cargo check. Based on what I just saw, okay. Let's run the test. Once this test pass, I'm just gonna let's run test. I should run duck test, but we don't have new duck test, and the existing duck test already passed. In the past run I did, I should update the CI, but that's something I'll do once we have everything up and ready. But I'm just happy to be done with this, and it's been a long time coming. So I think I've been working on this for about 2 years now. While I was sleeping, some ideas came to me related to query auto inference. I'm already having some ideas in my head rolling. Mm, they are they are becoming more fully fledged, but it's gonna be like I mentioned in my last stream yesterday. It's gonna involve a bit of forethought, and I'm already subconsciously putting in the forethought for everything. For example, handling functions. This is not a field in a database, it's a function, but this returns a number. So some prior ideas I have in my head. Now that I implemented this pick macro, I'm also gonna implement pick single. I hope I never forget that. Pick single. That would be an analogous to, there is exclude for single property in TypeScript. Exclude is an analogous utility for omit in TypeScript, so object and single property. But I don't remember the analogous one for pick. But the idea is that I'll write an extensive pattern matching to check all the functions, and at this point I think we probably have more than 500 functions, so it's going to be quite huge, and write a matching that determines what each function returns, the mapping of their data. For example, array sum, even though it's an array function, is going to return a number, but array map is not going to return a number. It's going to return the same it's going to return, well, an array, more like a vector. So I would write that, then I'll use a combination of that with pick and generate some metadata for with which we are going to be able to infer the full struct field. I have the idea already, and I'll still be thinking them through, and probably will implement them. But I'm seeing more and more possibilities, even for like deeply nested references. So when you have like a one-to-one or one-to-many relationship, you're linking to a foreign field, or you're even having a bridge table, like edge is basically a bridge table, and you're doing this intermediate reference to the edge, then to the destination, handling that and inferring the return type. So because of the way SurrealDB works, it's kind of, the flexibility is also what is the course, right? So if you're using a typical relational database, for the most part, the selection determines the return type for the most part. But in SurrealDB, the clause can change the where type. The fetch can change the selection rather. The clause can change the selection. The conditions, basically clause where, can change the selection. Fetch can change the selection. Omit can change the selection, and even using a wildcard, nested wildcard can change the selection. So there are all these edge cases that if you're thinking about this naively, you don't like think about the trade-offs and these edge cases, but they exist. Mm, but I'm giving it thought already, and since this is an abstraction layer, if we sort of think this as something that is supposed to make it easy to work with the database and straightforward and intuitive, then ultimately we are going to be, while trying to empower the user and making it as flexible as possible, there would be some cases where we would have to be very opinionated on how things should be done, superseding what the database allows you. Because simply because you're allowed to do something certain way doesn't mean you should do it certain way. So direction that I'm also thinking is, while giving you that flexibility, when it makes sense, I want to sort of softly enforce a pattern and a convention that, okay, this is how you have to do this. So in this case, this select statement, I might tell you that if you want to fetch a foreign field, maybe use a wildcard or use the fetch statement. If you want to use an omit, you shouldn't use an omit. Just select the field you actually need here. Do everything within the selection. And with those constraints, we can guarantee a lot of things. I think guarantee requires, oftentimes require constraint. If there are no constraints, how can I give you guarantee? It's like if I'm your if I'm supposed to be securing you, let's say I'm your security person, and I don't give you constraint. Don't go out to a place where there is danger. Then at that point, I cannot guard you as much as I should, right? So I believe that for the most part, if I'm going to give you the quality experience, I should also be able to give you guidelines and constraints wherever it makes sense. And that's one of these cases, yeah. And the other way I'm also thinking about this, or similarly, is that even though you have this constraint, this is can be thought of as initial constraints. So there might be some constraint that might be lifted with time, with like when I myself dog food this and I use this in my project, I start to understand the pain points more within the context of using it in a large scale project. Some patterns, newer patterns might emerge. Then I might support those, and I might even remove some. And this is one of those cases. So while I think it's better to start with larger constraints, then leave some of those constraints in the future, than make it very flexible, then start adding constraints in the future, then it's so much pain for the users, because it's easier for me to tell the users that these things you couldn't do before, you can now do them. So you can probably remove some code that you were writing to do this, right? Then tell user that this thing that was working now, we actually don't support it because we want to support some other feature. Then that's also not backward compatible. So if you think about this like thought process, then you can imagine that starting with more initial constraint rather than more flexibility actually gives you the opportunity to support more backwards compatibility, which is very important if you don't want your user to undergo fatigue of updates, right? Start with constraints as you have clarity around what you're building, and you can make the system even more robust and more extensive and flexible within your own implementation as the engineer building these tools for other engineers. Lift more constraints and tell the users, and they can have more flexibility. So those are some initial thoughts on potential for supporting return inferred, auto-inferred types, and it's mostly in select statement. And don't forget, we can also have nested or subqueries. Basically, each of these can have subqueries, so that's an extra layer of complexity. But I think I'm onto something here already with my initial thoughts, like during the midnight. Anyway, let's see if the tests are done running. So some of these tests are failing. I think they are screenshot, probably because I added the full path, but I need to confirm. Oh yeah, I see. It's because of the non-camel case blah 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 attributes that I added, but we can just update those. And as a matter of fact, we would also have to update a bunch of things here. We'll have to update this. So pretty much here for each of the fields, grab that. Let's see if I can pattern match. It's gonna be a little bit painful. Yes. So I want to put this, I believe. Struggling real bad. I think I can just do this one by one. Shouldn't be much of a burden. Thinking allow that code should have be part of it. I should have left that, but it's okay. I was thinking, couldn't I even do this at the struct level? Why do I have to do this? I mean, let me see if that would be possible. Peak. Let's close this for a while. Hmm? Okay, thanks. So I think I can just put it at the top level. Yeah. So that should suffice. And maybe I don't even need it here, I think. Just to place the rust analyzer now. So that's fine. I don't have to put it on every line. Perfecto. I'm just gonna remove all this. Okay. Yeah, so that should suffice. Let's remove that and this. I think with this now we can probably you're welcome, empty code. I hope you have a wonderful time. I'll see you again. I will also try to just run this test and merge this PR so I can get on with other stuff. But I appreciate you for tuning in. If you haven't checked out this project, check it out. If you find it useful in the future, I shared it earlier, but I'll share it again. I'll share the link to this project. So make sure you check it out if you haven't. And stay safe, stay coding. And questions are always welcome. You're always welcome anytime with questions and anything. Happy coding, happy hacking. I checked it out already, but I can't. Oh, no worries, no worries. I hope you get it sorted out. I wonder if I should implement serialize for everything by default. Mm. For my use case, deserialize is maybe even more important of a use case for this specific. I could have made this a lot more flexible. Um, in this case, you can as well just so it's should I implement deserialize automatically? Maybe. I'm just yeah. I think I should probably implement this serialize automatically, but I'm a little bit conflicted on that because, of course, now I allow you to do whatever you want to do. Perhaps I could do that and still allow you to add anything, because for the use case I'm building this peak, it's mostly, in fact, it's mainly for deserialization. That's the use case I'm building this peak utility function for right now. So that I might as well just derive maybe not even debug or clone. That's up to you. You can add those, but I don't see why. I mean, I can always remove this. Deserialize at least. I'm not building this for serialization. It's mainly for when you're writing complex operators and you want to aggregate data from different sources and you just want to pick certain fields from different tables, right? So you're more interested in the deserialization than serialization of that data. But now I would have to update all these tests. But that shouldn't be a reason not to do something. So I don't see why, because if I do this, then you don't have to. Now it's complaining it's duplicate, right? Because I already implemented this serialization. So with this, for the most part, for the kind of stuff you'll be using this for, you wouldn't even have to. You wouldn't have to specify derive for everything. You could just have something like this. Mm. So these are the trade-offs. If I don't implement it for you, then obviously you'd have to implement it for every struct. That's probably not a big deal. Um, so that's the trade-off. Is that you're going to do a little bit more work implementing that manually, considering that this is the pick operator or utility function was built mainly for deserialization process. That's the part of the life cycle it belongs to during the course of the deserialization process. So if I don't implement the deserialize trait for you automatically by adding that, you would have to add that, and that's maybe not much of a hassle. On the flip side, implementing that for you by default is like, okay, that's implicit behavior. You have the struct and you don't even know it implements or it inherits from the original trait. And that's the other thing. Should I inherit from should I just basically inherit the actually I wouldn't have access to the syntax tree information at that point. But yeah, I'm still a little bit conflicted. Um, but I think it's a good idea to support you adding your own attribute. In this case, we're able to add our derive attribute. And I've actually been contemplating on another syntax, something like using a derive or proc macro attribute instead. You could have something like derive or like peak, I don't know. And then you're gonna have the new struct name, new struct thing. Then by default it's empty. You're gonna do all your picking here. So the first picking could be pick from old person, then age and number, and then you could do the same thing to another table. You could do like book, you're picking book, and the book is tied to an author, and these are just gonna be flattened fields. In addition to that, you can extend, so you can write extra, let's call that a string, and you can even override. So when you do like age override, when you do this, it's gonna throw an error. This is the idea that I have in mind. It's gonna throw an error, then it's gonna tell you to do something. You're gonna use a syntax override. So this is another syntax I have in mind, and I'll actually comment that. Maybe put it in the GitHub issue so I recall also. Pick macro. Actually, let's comment that. Support this other syntax. I knew I love you when you never know. Darling, yes, you and me. Till we growing old, we've gone too far, my dear. Look how we've done. I'll leave you and me until we growing old. This will generate an error by default and prompt yeah, but as for the current state of affair, I think my verdict definitely we are going to be supporting adding extra attributes at least for the struct. We might consider doing the same thing for the fields also. I think that might come in handy, and let's see, maybe that can be added and this PR if it makes sense. Field. Let me fill you with joy and laughter, togetherness. is all that I'm after. Fields. So we can support that here also. We can do struct field, and that would include, or let's say a single field. Good. The I should I support changing the type? Maybe not. Name, ident, not the type. Then also attribute. When you look over your shoulder, for a minute I was over your shoulder. I think that you should somewhere. You make me feel this way somehow. I knew I love you. You never know. Darling, it's you and me. Do you regret all? We come to find out there. Look how we done. I know I needed you. Do you regret all? So and say you won't let go. Say you won't let go. Field pics. Let's call it that. Yeah, I can't use it just like that. So what I'm gonna do, I'll go this field name. I'm gonna have to do this a bit manually, or I mean I can just do fields. Probably shouldn't call out field names, just field names anymore. Now I'm alone. I'm thinking of stupid hurtful smarting like when I call. So with this, the benefit of this is you could do something like you could go crazy. So oh my god. Honestly, I think the second syntax is looking more attractive to me, but I could maybe I'll just support both. So yeah, you could do Saturday skip, for example, and let's reload that. Maybe it's time to say goodbye. Maybe it's time to let this die. So that works. But anyway, since we're not even inheriting this, maybe we could skip that and just still do some here. The serialize is not satisfied because of the reference. I think you might be able to use SurrealORM, yeah. Do SurrealORM. No. Borrow. I think how is that used? Or wall up. Oh, I don't think I'm supporting trade bound there. But anyway, I'm just gonna skip that for now. I can always add that in the future. Thank you. We can skip that if you so want. Yep, that's. I think for now I'll just comment this auto implementation of derive out. Because if I also do that, actually with this current system, I'll leave it as this for now. This test might actually. Oh yeah. Field names not that easy, not as simple anymore. Yeah. Just do string. We couldn't have just left it that way. Like we do we need to for string that? Cannot be built. Oh yeah. I just infer then. Yep. I see. Whatever. That's gonna be worth it. Oh, there aren't that many. This is another benefit of doing the test case thing, but it also comes with some downsides. Let's see. I didn't realize I had earphones. My computer is freezing now. Let me just see if I can run the test. Cargo. I'd love to fix that. So we have 1561 test cases, and these don't even include the dog tests. For the dog tests, we're going to be getting up to about 3,000 tests. And with the test case, each individual test case, we should probably have between 5,000 to 10,000 test cases now. Oh, so, yeah, it's still freezing. So probably because I've been streaming for a while. I would have loved to take that off. Let's see if I can create. Yeah, I still need to fix the formatting. But yeah, I'm happy with that. I I'm glad that I have at least the baseline of everything down. Uh, Tomorrow I'll try to support. Not I will try. I will support the peak whatever for every node, edge, and object. That's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Then after that, the next thing I'm going to be doing is potentially supporting the second syntax I showed and I mentioned in the PR. That and that's pretty much it. And I'm still brainstorming this, potentially supporting this select query inference. I'm seeing some possibility already in my thought. Thanks to everyone that joined today, that tuned in. You're always welcome to come with your questions, just engage and just watch. I appreciate you. Make sure you share, and also go check out the project. I'll be launching it soon. I'm pretty excited, and my phase two is almost done. Once this is done, I'll do a couple of stuff with Dwarst, and we're good to go. I appreciate you, and thanks for tuning in. I will be taking a break now and do some other stuff. I'll still be working, but I'm not sure if I will stream. I might, or maybe not, but at least I'll be here tomorrow. I appreciate everyone. Thank you.